Okay, whoops. Turn things over. Good start to the day. Kick things over. Okay, good morning. Ah, so I finished up all the little red caps and pink caps for the meow shrooms last night. Oh gosh, he's messed up. Um, so I can stuff them today. As I get his ear all fixed. Good? Okay. He didn't dry very nicely. Oh, okay. There we go. So my plan today is I want to put eyes and a nose on this little guy. And then I'm going to get this guy finished up just because I want to test out the beans, see how all the beans are going to work. And then after that, I need to make legs for these 9 frogs. I already made the frogs themselves. I need to cut these ones away, but they're mostly done. But they need legs and bellies. So that's going to be my focus after these guys. So make this guy, then do the frogs. And I've got 3 glow in the dark frogs that I'd like, or frogs, 3 glow in the dark cats I would like to make. So if I can do that, that will be great. Oh my god, my camera died already. Wow. Okay, this is gonna be a fun day. Hi. Are you gonna work? If this isn't working, I'm just gonna end stream right now. Uh okay, if this continues to fight all day, I'm just not gonna bother with it. And then I will deal with this later. Didn't have any problems until my landlord cut my power. Okay. I'm gonna just go for it. If this camera dies, please let me know. The other 2 are doing fine. This is the newest one too. I don't know why it's having so many. Anyways, finish the cat, make some froggy bodies, and then do the glow in the dark cats after that. I don't need you. Stretched out bad. Okay. Uh, so first things first, I do need some stuffing. Need some eyeballs. Where's my eyeballs at? Eyes and nose. How many of these noses do I have? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11, 12. I have 15 noses. That's like meant to be. Fantastic. Now my technology is working today. That's cool. I also have the tiny, tiny noses. I have more of those. Ah, you don't belong in there. You're big noses. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's a bigger nose. 15. I got a lot more of these little noses. I think I'm going to do a tiny nose. I'm going to do the tiny nose and 10mm eyes. I think that'll look good. I don't want to make the eyes too big. Got 12s. I could go all the way up to 16, make some real bug-eyed cats. Pokey Stick, where are you at? Going through a lot of layers of fabric right here. A tiny little nose. I like the tiny, tiny nose. I think they're cute. Ah, I don't have the backs. Where did I put the backs? Tiny backs. Yes, they are. Either that or these. Nope, these are my tiny backs. There's my tiny, tiny nose. Oh wow, that backing is small for that, or too big for this one. Dang. Okay, where are my itty bitty backs? Well, let's try one of the other ones. That still pops right back off. Ah, I don't have the itty bitty backings. Ugh. Yeah, they come right back off. So those, are not good backings for those guys. Ugh. But those are the backings that came with them. Those are my only backings. Okay. Guess I get to play with fire then. Ugh. I can mush into everything. It's cool. It's cool. My glass. And where's my fire? Okay, so I get to play with some fire for this. Maybe. Do I not have fire? Okay. There we go. Now it won't come out because I used fire, application of fire. And now I've got my tiny little nose. Itty bitty little nose. I think I'm going to do the 10mm eyes. I just think that looks cute. It's a good size to go with that tiny little nose. And I'm going to just estimate where I want these eyes to be. What backings do these ones take? Do they work on these? Yeah, those ones work. Okay, so this won't need fire. There we go. There's my little meow shroom face. Hi there. Put my fire away. And by away, I mean off to the side, out of the way, and not actually put away. Goodness. There we go. Squishy little guy. Squishy shroom. That's a good amount of stuffing for him. And then I'm going to put beans in the body. I'm going to actually use my extra heavy beans because I feel like it. And I have to figure out how many beans I want. That should be more than enough beans. I'm not going to use that many. Beans bag stays on the ground so it can't fall over and spill. How many scoops of beans is a good amount of beans for this body? Bats get 1 scoop of the lightweight beans. These might, let's see, get 1 scoop. I'm going to try 2 scoop, I think. I use the entirely precise measurement system of 1 scoop that I got from a thing of like juice mix. Two beans. That's most of the body filled with beans. Let me put some stuffing on top. Hmm. Let's try 1 scoop of beans. See how well that. This might be too many beans. 1 scoop of beans. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with 1 scoop of beans and then stuffing on top. I like that. That feels pretty good. I kind of want to do like 1.5 scoops of beans, but I don't want to be responsible for having to remember half a scoop. So 1 scoop of beans. Beans are going to go aside because I'm going to need them for the other meow shrooms, but I'm only making this one here on stream. The other meow shrooms are going to be made after stream when I'm hand sewing everything. So I'm using the 10 eyes and the 10 nose. These are my 8 eyes, right? They're my itty bitty little 8 eyes. That's what I put on my snakes that I make. This is the front of the cat right here. Little tail. Edge of tail. Don't be rude. This. There we go. There's his little tail. I do like what I did with the size of that, so I'm gonna have to redo my pattern piece to take that into account. I like that tail better. A little larger than the original tail I made. A little chunkier, but I think that tail works better. Yeah. Okay. And sewing those guys together. Do I have a light pink thread? No, I'm not going to use light pink thread. We're not using dark blue, super dark blue. Those are both terrible color choices. Okay, we're going to just get rid of that. And I'm gonna just use white. I'd have to take my cream off my machine. Do that. Okay. And I said, this is the front, so this is the back. Good, the beans keep it from falling over. That is the point of the beans. The beans work. Technology does. Okay, the tail goes here. Oops, oops, oops. I'm going to tie it all the way around. Okay, so that's the top of the tail, and then I'm just going to scoot to the bottom of the tail. Because if I connect the top and the bottom and then go around the sides, it makes sure that the tail is actually going to be centered and doesn't end up going sideways. For then tangles around everything. That's cool too. Good. Literally everything that can be tangled. Oh, me and technology are not on good terms. I mean, we never are. I don't think there's ever been a day that I've not fought with technology in some way or another. That. Just trying to pull up my stream chat so I can chat. Okay, there we go. Tail is on. Let me go find my phone. That'll work. I don't look at my screen, so I can't tell if the camera dies. Okay, now I can kind of on a delay. Cool. Okay, cat face now. And again, this is nice because I've got the 4 seams and I've got 8 little lines around the edges, so I can just line up the 4 cardinal ones and stitch them in place. Make sure everybody lines up properly. Stab, stab. Okay. There we go. Oops, oops, oops. Lost the other end of the thread. Kind of ineffective to just tie a knot in one half of the thread. I should probably start at the back, that way I'm tying the knot in the back. And I wanted to do something a little bit different with the frogs once I finally get this guy finished because the frogs, I hand sew all 4 of the legs onto the body, and that takes a while. So I was trying to figure out if there's a way that I could actually just machine sew them on, and I had an idea for that, but I don't know how feasible it is. So I'm gonna make a test frog first. I'm gonna cut out all the fabric and the fabric for a test frog. And then from that test frog, I'm gonna see if I can machine sew its legs on. And if so, then I'll do it with the real frogs. Just that. Up. Okay, there's my little meow shroom. This is the little guy I was working on yesterday. Done with that hand sewing for a bit. There he is. Good little tail, good beans, and he sits nicely. Well, he can fall over, but I can set him down without him falling over. So that's the important part. When I made him without beans in the body, he was just immediately falling over as soon as I set him up. So now at least he can sit. Very nice. There's my little guy. Put you here. Would you sit nicely in there if I put you up? Okay. There you go. So you at least look a little nicer there for the camera. Cool. Ugh, okay, whatever. Technology is not my friend today at all. Anyways, they just make you sit nicely. Now you're gonna. Okay, we're gonna put you in your little bowl up top. So for my frogs, I made purple frogs that I think I pulled all the bits off of. Okay, so I've got my purple frogs. And I made them just a nice deep purple. And I gave them a even darker, almost like a little bit more of a bluey purple for their belly and their feet. So they've got a purple body and then a dark blue purple belly and their feet. So just their underside's going to be a little bit darker. The blue frogs are similar-ish, except I was supposed to make them in light blue with like medium blue feet and belly. Except I messed up and I did them in medium blue. I think I'm going to make them dark blue feet and belly. So I'm going to just darken all their colors. They'll be fine. I've just got the 3 of them. I'll sell them and then I'll go back to the light blue. The peacock blue, which I looked up after I made the frogs, what colors I was supposed to be using for them. Not before, just after. Five, 6. Okay. So those guys have all their feet cut out. They just need to be stitched. These guys, all the little threads in there, snipped before I pull the stabilizer out. Hmm. Good. Cut this off before I take away the stabilizer because right now the stabilizer keeps the fuzzies away from my blades. It can be a little bit quicker and carelesser. More careless, carelesser. There we go. So that's a very medium-esque blue. This is what the feet are supposed to be, not the body color. Whoops. This one, it snips. I'm gonna sit down for this. But I can just like squint my face at them. Get real close and squint my face. I don't have my machine do all these snips for me, even though it could, because the chances of it catching the thread underneath and then breaking its thread, so I have to fix it, is really high whenever there's a thread this close together. Like, this is less than a quarter inch away, so probably about like 3 or 4 millimeters at best. Um, and if it's anything less than about 15-20 millimeters or like 2 centimeters away, a little under an inch, it will have a chance of catching underneath on my machine. It's just a little quirk of my own machine that I know. So if I change it so that I have to do the snips, this is actually quicker than me having to rethread the machine each time it snaps. And each spot basically gives him another chance to break his thread. So there's a bunch of spots on these guys. That's a lot of chances of him breaking his thread. There we go. That's one frog. Ugh. Froggy. The green and black ones are going to be a lot of fun together too. Now, I think on those ones, I do a green body and black feet. I was going to do a black body. No, I'm going to do the green. I think that's what I've got my pictures of, so I don't have to take new pictures if I make them look the same. Four froggy bits, so it's two frogs cut out. Two froggy bits. Ow. That one. Clicky. Ah, sorry. Ooh. Oops, I missed one. Okay, there's my blue froggies. Whew. These guys need the black bits cut out. I need my better snips for that, though. These purple snips are really good for thread. They're not really, or thread and cotton, they're not really strong enough to go through Minky, though, which is a pain in the ass because they were expensive. They were more expensive than these little silver ones. But the silver ones are from a company that no longer sells them, so like I know they're not that actual company. They just like bought them from somewhere else and put their brand name on them. But I can't find where they got them from, and they don't make them anymore. Like that brand doesn't buy them and put their brand on them anymore. So this is my last little pair of these snips. It's the good ones until I go and buy more like other brand ones and find ones that work as well. Ugh, fuzzies. The advantage of being so close to the fuzzies is I can see what I'm cutting very, very well. The disadvantage is the fuzzies are right in my face. So I get fuzzimed really fast. We'll end up hoarding a lot of these. There might be another way that I can use embroidery instead of black minky, but I gotta look into that. Test that out. Make a frog or two. See if I like the way they look. Because they won't be nearly as fuzzy. Embroidery is not fuzzy. I'll probably have to get out the lint roller for these to actually clean up all the edges there. For those fuzzies. Perfect. Ah, only 5 more to go. Oh, I don't know my own designs. I did finally change this frog's design. There's one spot where you're not supposed to cut the black away, but I hadn't actually stitched it down to the edge. Where was it? Remember where it was? Here, maybe? This top section? Yeah, this top section I'm not supposed to cut away. That's supposed to stay there. Or I guess that's the bottom section, but whatever. Like this part I'm not supposed to cut away. But I hadn't actually stitched it down. And I did on one front. I actually cut away everything that was supposed to be black. I left that green. But the other side of him had been cut the proper way, so it wasn't even like I could use him. I just had to waste all that fabric and time having cut him out. I was very frustrated with myself. There's ooh, that is, I believe, the same piece. It is. Those two are the same piece there. I cut this one out because it has that big black section, so you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. I can see the little lines in this, but it's black thread on black, so I doubt my camera is able to pick that up. There we go. So that one will be up against that. This is the top of the frog. Ugh, missed into, right into the. I cut. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. This has to go. Okay, so there we go. So these are the two sides of the frog. This is the center back. This is where the eyes go. And on one side, he's got this green spot. On the other, I just left it uh, solid black. But I didn't actually stitch that down, so I didn't remember that it was supposed to be solid black if I started cutting from this section. So I've changed that. It's a little bit easier for me to interpret now, and I won't cut that off, hopefully, fingers crossed. More of the fluffums. That's an Etsy note. Lamb person. On Etsy. Yes, okay, that works for them. Cool beans. Ugh. They're cool. So like in a week or so, I'm going to have another Cult of the Lamb to make. Potentially, so a little duck thing. Someone on Reddit saw my comment from several months ago that I could have made a fleefer from Nanalan. Is I'm not sure if that's how it's said, but Nanalan, something like that. It's a kids' TV show that looks like little Muppet puppets dudes. Um, that's as much as I'm aware of. But there's a little like duck doll character named Fleefer, and someone had asked if anybody was willing to make one for their girlfriend. And I said I could, but they found somebody else instead. And then yesterday or the day before, I'm not on Reddit that often, someone sent me a message saying, "Hey, I saw your comment about making a fleefer. My girlfriend also wants one." And so I responded, "Yes, I would be willing to get in contact with me after this convention thing, and I can put that together." The fleefer itself is super simple to the point that I don't even think I'd have to test a pattern. Like I'm gonna do one test of it and then make it basically. Uh, Very simple shape. The most complex part would be it's got a very specific button for its eye that looks like a flower that I doubt I'll be able to purchase anywhere, so I'll probably just make it out of red, set up and everything going again. But I could do that. Pull the paper. I did not pull the paper off of the back, so okay. I'll do that after everybody's done then. I may have some interesting new guys to make. Depending on how much I sell at this convention on Sunday. I may have to make some more small things for my next event, which is next month, but it's just a Mother's Day type craft fair, so I don't have to make any of the really big expensive things. I have to make more of the small, cheaper things. So like cats, the cat heads I made, those will probably be like my go-to plushie for a Mother's Day fair. We'll see how well they sell at this convention as well. Took out a little bit of the green there. Whoops. Not ideal. There we go. Last one, then I will pull out the lint roller and my velvet brush and clean these guys up a bit because I am sure I've got fuzzums sticking out every seam on these. Hmm, I don't want to cut the green. I wonder if it would be easier to put the black down first and then cut the green spots out rather than the black ribbing around the spot. I may experiment with that. Like, I really don't want to do the black and embroidery because it's like half of the frog, and embroidery is not soft and squishy. So I don't really want to do that much embroidery. And I can't do just lines through it. I was thinking with the Amazonian frog, which is the one down in the corner, that little picture I drew down there. That one I can do the yellow and orange as fabric, but then the black stripes on him, those could be embroidery because they're just a couple of small little wiggly stripes, and then I wouldn't have to cut around them. But this one, the black is like half the frog. So I don't really want to have that much red embroidery on the little guy there. Oh, camera. Okay. You know, that one's pretty clean. Oh, not when they go that way. Okay. So that one's pretty good. Whoops. Got a bunch there. Rest of that's pretty good. Couple there. Phew. Throw him. Again. Brush. I get you cleaned off. Okay, those two are clean. Whew. That one looks pretty good. First two good. Oh, that one's got some extras as well. Little fuzzums that stick off in ways they shouldn't. Oh, that one I missed an entire chunk there. What? There you go. That's a couple fuzzums off of him. Frog. I just cut. I missed them. Ribbit, ribbit. Yes, it is frog time. Yep, the meow. I completed one of them. He's all good to go. He's got his tiny little nose and his eyes. He's all set. I put beans in the body, so he's got some crunch to him right there. But that gives him the weight so he doesn't fall down. His little tail. I've got the other 11 that need to be stuffed and sewn together, but I figured I'd put one together just because I don't have I don't have the picture down in the corner there of him. Oh, hello, unicorn. Welcome in, and thank you for little meow shroom. I've got this one, and then I don't think I brought the other ones in with me. I've got a pink one with red spots that I'm making, and a blue with silver glitter as well. After I finish these 9 frogs, after I finish these 9 frogs, I'm going to be making 3 glow in the dark mushrooms as well. Some meow shrooms, sorry. Some glow in the dark meow shrooms that have black tops with white spots on them, but the white is going to glow in the dark. And then the little frills underneath the head, those will also glow. So that's my plan for today. After that, I will have everything ready for the convention that I'm going to. I will just need to basically hand sew all the bits together. So that will be this evening and all of tomorrow. So to that end, I do need to get the frogs done so that I can actually sell the frogs. They right now are the most incomplete thing of all the things I have. It's looking good. I need to cut out the bellies for these 9 frogs, or I guess 6 frogs. The purple dudes already have their bellies cut out. They've got a dark blue purple, a blurple color there for their bellies and feet. The blue frogs need a darker blue belly and feet. The uh, green and black frogs are going to need green bellies and black feet. So, oof, that was a lot of fuzzems on them. Need my brush back off. And I can take the embroidery paper off of these guys. No longer need that stability. Maybe if it comes off. Oh, not want to come out of these little guys. Okay. Okay, maybe some of it stays in then. One. Okay. 2. Three. Four. Five. And okay. There we go. There's those frogs. Now for the feet and bellies. Where's my pattern piece? That. Meow frog pattern. And I will need that one as well. Okay, purple is all set. Blue needs a darker blue. Green, my dark lime is the brightest lime I have. And black, which is also the darkest black I have. The blue needs something darker than that. Navy? Navy would work. I have 2 pieces in navy. I also have a navy here. Smaller bit. So I'm going to cut out of this bit. I have 3 navy bits. Apparently I like that color, and I don't remember I have it when I go shopping. That there. Okay, both of the feet are going to need to be cut out of dark fabrics, which means I need my silver Sharpie. Belly comes out of that, so I can use my Crayola markers for that one. Tools get hung up and put away. Them in my way right now. Froggy bits. The lime green, I need 3 bellies out of. I think I'm going to just cut them up this piece. Or do I want to go up the side? I'll cut them out here. Could. Yeah, I'm going to cut 3 out of here then. Which way does this go down? It goes down that way. So the piece goes like that. Ah, I kicked my light frame. One. Three. Okay, there's my 3 bellies. That's all I need out of the light green. Feet are going to be black. And then the blue frog, the feet and belly are both going to be dark blue. Whew. belly. Okay, those bellies can go over with the other frogs. Ooh, I'm gonna need to cut some of that gray too. Okay, because I want to test how I attach the feety bit. Oh, here's scrappy bit white. I like the scrappy bit white. Oh no, that's spoonflower white. I have to. Oh, you're my circles. Okay, I can't do anything with you. You scrappy bits. Brown scrappy bits. That's slightly smaller than the giant white I would have to pull out, so that's gonna work. Okay, some little bits. Forgot to take those pins out. Didn't realize it was pinned. Okay, this is just feet. I need 3 sets of black feet. I'm gonna take it out of this chunk here. Oh no, mushroom cats. Look away where. And which way is the brush? Brush is down that way. This goes down this way. One. Ah, oh, damn it, I can't get 3 out of this chunk. I have a little weird bit at the top there. Boo. There's my 3 chunks. May as well take the 4th chunk out of here. This one needs some paste on it though. There's some froggy feet. Another froggy feet. One last froggy feet. Before I stitch these out, though, I am going to do the test froggy feet because I think I might have a better way of stitching them. What I had been doing was just stitch them all the way around and close them entirely, then cut a little hole in them, and that hole is what I use to then flip them right sides out. But depending on if I can get them, marker is very dying. It's a pretty new marker too. Damn, not last long. Depending on if I can get them uh like machine sewn onto the bodies, I might be able to stitch them differently so that I don't actually even have to hand sew them closed or anything. Black scrappy bit. That's too small, the scrappy bit. There's my 3 sets of black feet. That needs in a different direction. It's not going to put that back in the closet quite yet. And this one, I need 3 bellies and 3 feet out. It goes down in that direction. I'm going to try feety bits first. Have a different Sharpie while the other one gets more ink back into it. One. Don't think I can put a belly above that piece. No, just half an inch over. That's annoying. I can put one to the side there. Maybe 2. Do there. I have to move it over a bit more. But that's okay because I've got a chunk here. I can't really do anything either. Okay. So this one's going to go right here. There. I got 2 of my bodies. Oops. And then I think I'm going to take the last. Oh, I had a bat right here. That is definitely a bat shaped chunk taken out there. I think I'm going to add this side just because that's a nice chunk right there. Just shape-wise, I think this will be better. And some tiny feeties. Okay, there's my little feeties. And oh no, that was only 2 bellies. I do need a third belly. There maybe? Or, ooh, no, I'm gonna take it out of here, right where the dip in the bat face was. That's gonna work better. There we go. Oh, I should probably cut that. I don't want that tiny little bits left on. Cut it off and then toss it. 1, 2. Ugh, it smells like silver Sharpie in here now. Get rid of that little chunk at the top as well. Ah, I didn't cut all the way through. Okay. I've got my little chunk here. This is just gonna be a remnant bit. This won't get folded back up in normal storage bits. It gets to be extra tiny, and then it gets to go in the extra tiny pile. The bits. Stuff these. And leave the little extra bits on the feet because that's just gonna get cut out afterwards anyways. Like I sew directly on the lines and then I cut them out afterwards, and the extra square around it is just to give my machine some fabric to hold on to as it's stitching. So it doesn't matter if there's little extras there, it's gonna be trash anyways. It does matter on the bellies because the bellies are an actual piece. Itty bitty tiny peats. Which is a problem because the smaller they are, the harder they are to sew. I've got them, my tiny little frog feet. This is the pattern I made myself, so I have no excuse here. But I also make bats. This is off of BZ Arts pattern, and she's got tiny little peats on her bats as well. So I ended up having to make them about 15% larger because they were just so tiny. They're adorable, cute little peats, but they were so hard to sew, so I made them bigger. Itty bitty bits. You sew too? Fantastic. Yeah, the itty bitty bits. I hate them. But the frog peats, this is totally self-inflicted. I'm the one who made the pattern, and I'm the one who made them small and fiddly and hard to sew. Which is part of the reason right now that I want to test, see if I can make them differently. Yay, that works. So I'm gonna try, because right now I make the frog bite. Do I have the frog bite? Hang on, I'll be right back. I have a frog somewhere. They were at the very bottom of the bin, but here's my little froggy dudes. So they get all sewn together into a little squishy guy. This is the guy down here, little guy. So he gets this tiny little body and he's just this squishy little guy. But then I take his little peats and I pin them in place and then I have to hand sew them, which is just frustrating and it takes forever. And I did this to myself. He gets his little peats. But like it's so much hand sewing to attach the little feet to him that I'm gonna see if I can actually sew them by machine onto the belly before the belly gets sewn into the body. Flailing and squealing, yes. Poor kitty. Yeah, I like them even without the peats, but then they're not really frog at that point. Then they're just little lumpy dude. So, but that's the one down here in the corner that I'm very bad at putting things. Yeah, there you go. So that's that little guy right there. Just without his feet right now. He's feetless. Yellow toad blobs. So I'm gonna test and see if I can actually like sew the feet onto the belly just so that it's a little bit quicker and easier before I put them all together. If not, then I'll continue hand sewing. It's fine, it's fine. But if I can do it by machine, that would be really cool. So I'm gonna try that. There's my little Pete's. Give that right there. Where did my pizza wheel? Okay, there we go. I am not Canadian. No, I am American. I'm from the northeast of America, and I've always lived there. I grew up close to the Canadian border, though, up in the northeast or down in the southeast of Canada. Why do I sound Canadian? I drew it myself. I'm gonna have enough of that by the end of the day. Okay, so there's my belly. Oops, I do need that. Just little lines there. Oop, oop. There's my little guy. I need the body for him, so I'm gonna just do that in brown. I'm doing the belly and the feet out of white because I'm actually gonna draw on that and then tear it back apart. Top of the body doesn't matter as much, so I just grabbed the easiest for me to grab out, which happens to be my brown because my gray and my white fabric is huge. I buy it like full bolts at a time. I still have most of it. Oh, because of the mooses. Ah, moose are absolutely my favorite animals. I love them. Where I grew up, we didn't really get a lot of mooses coming by. Where I live now, like theoretically, there's supposed to be a lot of mooses based on the moose crossing signs. I have yet to see one here, though. I do live in a very urban area, so I wouldn't see the mooses here. But like an hour, hour and a half drive a little bit north of me is supposed to be like Moose country. I've yet to see one, but not for lack of trying. I just think moose are really neat. They're like multiple ton boulders, and then they walk around on tiny little toothpick legs, and they wear bone helmets. They're fantastic. A moose was also one of the first plushies I really made when I started selling things. Like when I was in college, I just kind of made stuffed animals as like a stress relief kind of thing. And I was really big into Homestuck and Steven Universe at the time. Homestuck first, then Steven Universe. So I made those plushies. But then when I was like, oh, I can actually like make money off of this, one of the first plushies I ever made for the attempt to like sell them was Mr. Moustache. And he was just a plain old moose, but he looked boring. So I put a mustache on his face. And that's entirely where the name came from. I made a moose because I like mooses. I made a mustache because he looked boring. So this is one of the very first plushies I made. He's about 15 years old now. No, he's about 10 years old. Maybe a little over, somewhere between 10 and 15 years old. So he is very, very old. One of the projects I would like to do more recently is remake him now that I can do better and I can do better in fabric. Like actually this scrap fabric that I'm using is the same kind of fabric that I made him out of. So this is I no longer use this because it's low quality, but it's what he was made of. It's not detachable, it's just sewn onto his face. So he is just mustachioed. He's got little button eyes because this was before I could do embroidery. So I just put buttons on him. And his antlers stick straight up because they were supposed to go out to the side, but I didn't know what I was doing. So now they just go straight up. And I left him like that because it's kind of a testament to like where I was. And if I remake him, then it'll be like the alternate of like how far I've come. So I want to kind of remake him in the same style as like this little guy here. Yeah. But like kind of keeping to the same pattern idea as him. Just to kind of show like where I was and how far I've come. I did that a couple years ago. I think it was 2019-ish. I remade a plushie that I had made in 2012. So that was like 6, 7 years of progress. I could make mushrooms. Oh my goodness. You know, that didn't even dawn on me. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm doing that right after the convention, but I'm writing it on my whiteboard of ideas now. Yeah. That goes on my whiteboard right underneath squirrels, a macaroon turtle, and a fat elephant. Those are my current ideas of what I want to make. Oh, he's a fun guy. Oh, terrible, 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 terrible. You come in here and you give me the puns. Absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to make moose shrooms. That sounds fun. I didn't even think of that. I went meow shroom and just stopped there. Ah, okay, that's definitely gonna be a thing though. Okay, I'm gonna do the test mushroom or mushroom. Fungus on the brain now. I'm gonna do the test frog and then stitch him down and then pull him back apart, tear him apart to see where the legs should actually go on here and if I can hand sew them or machine sew them in or if I have to hand sew them. There's my belly. Okay. Those get done, and then I come back to these guys. Ah. And I still have red thread in from the Meowshrooms last night when I was working on red dude, which will be fine for this because I'm going to be pulling all these threads apart anyways. It doesn't matter if they match. Large stitches, easy to pull apart. And if it's a crazy ass color thread, all the better. I need my stabilizer because I'm going to be starting on the edge of the fabric. There we go. A long stitch. I probably use my pokey stick. So, Miss Unicorn, what do you sew? Do you make plushies as well, or are you like quilter, garments, everything? In anything you feel like, yeah, nice. I do plushies just as my full-time job. That's what I'm doing here. I have started to quilt, but I don't have the concentration to do the same exact lines hundreds of times. Clothing and me do not get along. I can measure, I can do mock-ups, I can like do a muslin drape of like anything, and when I go and sew the final one, it will not fit a human body. I generally don't do clothing. And I've made a couple of like little bags and things, but not really what I enjoy doing. Rick from like Rick and Morty? This is again a super extra long stitch. Oh, I should have sewn the bottom on backwards so I could draw easy. Ooh, me. Okay. Where's my pokey stick? Let's pokey you in place. Yeah, no copyright. I do several things that break copyright as well. I'm not hugely well known though, so I've gotten away with it thus far. A pencil case shaped like a Converse. That sounds cool. Oh, I sewed all the way around. I didn't leave myself a hole to to actually flip him right side out. Whoops. Well, good thing the stitches are nice and big. It doesn't bode well for the rest of today, though. Okay, let me just redo that little end. I don't want it falling apart until I want it to. This one gets a small stitch so I can go around the curve. And I should be using an open toe foot so I can actually see what I'm doing, but oh well. It's gonna be fine. It's not like this is an actual frog. Yeah, these are gonna be terrible toes. It's fine, it's fine. Because I have a general. Before I do. See, I'm so smart. I changed the foot. Okay, there's my feet and my frog insides. Okay, so if I flip frog, I do need to stuff him the same basic shape that everybody's gonna have. My pretend frog. You need some stuffing. Peas. Ooh, get to stuff him in the butt. Fantastic. Not safe for Twitch. Okay. There's my little froggy dudes. Now I need his feet. Free them from the fabric. Feet of varying quality. Okay. Oop. There's let me cut. They're just the toes aren't bulky. Here to flip them right side out because we need to flip the feet. Experimenting with changes to your plushie patterns is definitely the things you should do 2 days before a convention where you need everything made. I make good decisions. So this is how I normally attach them. I snip a little hole in the bottom there and then flip them, stitch them in place. Cozy. Where's your middle toes? You put your toes. There. Okay. There we go. So there's my little Pete's. If he was an actual frog, they would get stitched on. Toes just barely go over the top of his face. Back one. In your butt clothes. Proper shape. In that butt. Okay. Back Pete goes right. That's the other thing. I have to place each one individually, just kind of like based on the vibes of where it's supposed to be. If I can machine sew them in place, I will actually have a location for them. I can draw on the fabric. Come on, tiny pin. Oh my god, tiny pin, stop. Ow! Okay. So that's where the two Pete's go. I need my. Not the only one rushing before a con? Yeah. Con crunch. I'm still kind of on schedule of where I meant to be. Like today I was going to work on the frogs and then make 2 Legend of Zelda pigs. From like Wind Waker, those little chunky pigs there. But I've decided I'm not gonna do the pigs. And instead of that, I was hoping to have the 3 glow in the dark Meowshrooms made yesterday. So I'm behind by about that many plushies, but like everything else is still on schedule, I guess. This is a change that I'm not really wasn't really planning on. But that's okay. If it makes them go faster, I'm all down for it. Okay, so that's where I would want the feet on the belly. Now I can take them all off. Oops. Got my icons there. I can unstuff the butt. Reflip him. And where's my seamer? My fingers have immediately become blue because that marker was not dry in the slightest. Where I went backwards, it's to lock everything. I have to actually close. Okay, there's my little guy there. I want a different pattern piece. I have extra paper. I don't. I want to be able to trace those bits onto a new piece. I don't want to cut them out of this pattern because that one's like out of cardstock, glued to other cardstock, and it's nice and sturdy, and I don't want to do anything for its structure to damage its integrity there. Paper copy. There. Good. Can you ink to the other side? Will that work? It kind of picked up some of the ink, not enough though. Okay, so there's my new pattern. Any Froggo is going to be on Etsy in the future? Theoretically, yes. All of my plushies will eventually be on Etsy. The eventually is with a big asterisk though, because I am very bad at actually like selling the things I make. I make them and then I don't actually list them for sale ever. Uh, so eventually, yes, I'm going to put all of the Froggos up on Etsy. I have pictures of all the different Froggos I make on my Instagram, but I haven't actually added them to Etsy, nor have I added like any of the most recent pictures, of which I think the most recent one was like in March for a Valentine's Day bat because I'm very good at time and everything. Um Eventually, yes, everything will be up on Etsy. It just depends on when I actually remember to do so. Remember to do so and then actually do so as well. Trace this on the window so I can both. Probably just do it again. There we go. So that's where the peeps go. Now, can I sew them on by machine and then still sew the belly together? So if I place it where it's supposed to go, so like the meow shrooms. The first meow shroom I made was back in September last year because a lot of my plushies right now I sell in person at a little local maker's store. Little. There's like 200 some local crafts people that each have like a shelf in a store in the mall. And so I have a shelf in the store in the mall. And so that's where I've been taking most of my plushies and just kind of like dropping them off there. And then they keep those shelves stocked and everything. So I've been making most of my sales that way, which means I have been really neglecting putting them up online because I'm still selling things without having to list them. And I made the meow shrooms in the fall for like my fall plushie because mushrooms in fall just felt appropriate. And I never actually even took pictures of them. So I didn't have like a picture of a meow shroom anywhere. Which is why I made this one just because I was making meow shrooms today and I don't have any other image of what they look like other than having that one made. So I'm very, very bad at like the whole social media and posting things online. Okay, let's see if this froggy foot thing works. Oh, I should probably do that. pins out. Well, he's stitched down. I don't know if I like the way that looks, though. That might be an issue as well. Does it look nice? This may not work as well as I was hoping. Okay, so they're both stitched down. I have a little extra tail, which they don't need. Okay, where's my back? Whew. Now I'm going to stitch him back together. Oh, he looks there. Yeah. I have to be very careful not to catch the foot in the seam there. Those toes. Everything's got to be folded in. Many yellow. Oops, don't want that foot. Want the 1/4 inch foot. Okay. I do have a bunny. His name is Hannibal the Conqueror. He was named after Hannibal Barca, who the emperor who crossed the Alps with the elephants. Because we thought that was a fitting name for a small rabbit. And he's old. He's an old man, and he has got such an attitude. I love him so much. He is so pissy about everything. And every Halloween, I make him put on a costume, and he hates it. The flick plush, yes. I was at one point intending to make that into a sewing pattern so that people could make it, because I didn't think I was going to sell many of them because it just takes so long to make. But I never actually got around to it, and I wasn't sure if people actually like would really want it now. because like Animal Crossing was really, really big during the pandemic, but I feel like it's a lot more low key now. But I've made Flick, I've made Rosie the bear, the bear cub. Supposed to make. I made, what was it, Bo, the gazelle, who's one of my favorites. I made Fauna, who's another one of my favorites. I haven't made Shep. Shep the sheepdog is absolutely my favorite villager because when he walks around, he goes, "Bah, man," and he is absolutely just a stoner, and I love him. Ah, nope. I don't think I like the feeties. I think this is going to have to be a hand sewn thing. Well, it was worth a try because this was like half the time at most of me actually hand sewing them all on. But I don't really like the way that they're sitting there. I think that's going to have to be a hand sewn thing. So thank you for your service, little guy, but you are toast. I'm going to tear you apart and you're done. Okay. So that experiment over. I'm going to do. You still, I theoretically play Animal Crossing. Mostly, I go back and I visit my island every month or two, and then feel so guilty because everyone's missed me, and I'm like, yes, I will definitely play. And then like a month later, I log in again and like, I missed you again. But I am self-employed. This is my full-time job, and the cool thing about being self-employed is that you don't have a boss. The uncool thing about being self-employed is that you work 24/7. At least I do. I have no work-life balance. So I don't really have time to play video games. I'm still playing Breath of the Wild, and I am on like the tutorial plateau. I've never gotten off because that's how little time I have to actually play games and such. Okay, wash my hands a little bit. So now the blue stain is just the permanent stain, not the stuff that's going to come off all over the fabric as I sew. And I am going to be real boring. And so I've got 36 some feet now. Just do nothing but feet for quite a bit. Ooh, I should probably set up glow in the dark embroidery while I'm doing this. Okay, before I stitch up the piece, let me cut up some fabric for the meow shrooms that glow. Glow meow shroom pile of Bernard's fabrics. Throwing things on the ground. Woo! I don't think I need these pattern pieces anymore. I will need the side of the frog, just so that then I can put the eyeball dots where they're supposed to be. Clear this stuff all out of the way. For the meow shrooms, I needed my 6200 hoop, so that is 16 inches of stabilizer. I'm gonna try and make 3 of them, stabilizer pieces. And I need to check and see what size fabric I need. I think it was 8 or 9 by 11, but I don't want to cut the fabric and then find out that's too small. There's my stabilizers. embroidery. Small mushroom. 8 by 10, but I'm gonna do 11, a little extra space, just 8 by 11. I was right. Okay. That's gonna be my black. Because these ones are gonna just have the black top. Ooh, enjoy your lunch break at least. I used to have a 9 to 5 job. I gave it up in 2019 because I was like, you know what? The world looks stable and there's probably not a giant pandemic coming. I could go to conventions and sell plushies. And then I quit my job the December of 2019. So I have fantastic timing, but I've been making plushies ever since. And just started going to conventions last year in this. You too. Have a good lunch break. Eight by 11. 11 across, 8 down. Perfect. Whew. Of course, I didn't get the corner. Okay. There's one of those. Get an 8 by 11 out of here. Yes, I should be able. Did I get 2? No, it's not 16. Ooh, okay. I can get 1 out of there, though. 8 by 11. Actually 12 because there's a selvage. Those. Where can I take another chunk from? No, probably just gonna go back to the beginning here, take a nice chunk out of this section. There we go. Okay, so there's my black. I do need, oh, the topper for it. Here's my water soluble stabilizer. This I want to be 8 by 11 is like a 10. I do 10. Did I cut an extra piece yesterday? I thought I did. Did I put it somewhere that I wouldn't forget and then immediately lose it? Probably. There it is. Yes. The 8 by 10? Well, it's 9 by 8. Okay, well, we'll see if that works. Because if that works, then I've got 3 cut and I don't have to cut an extra bit. Okay. Oop for that. Yeah, I'll just have Thomas embroider these up. I mean, even if I don't get around to finishing them before the convention, I'll have them for whenever later on. So it will be okay. Plushies don't go bad. I can sell them whenever. Goes down that way. Good. Got it. That is a little small. Well, the spots don't go all the way up to the edges, so it should be fine. I'm going to just hold that in place while it embroiders because he's probably going to go off the edges and then try and eat it. We're going to do show off Thomas. He's got to do his wiggles still because his light look fancy. Down in everything the line. Wiggles. Go. I'm going to have him stitch out the outline. Oh, there's only one color. Damn. Okay. Well, I was going to have him do the outline in white and then do the rest in glow in the dark. But he's not going to stop between because I optimized it to just use one color because I was like, why would I want to use something else? So I guess I'm going to use a little bit of glow in the dark thread as the outlines as well. It's fine. It's not like I'm using that much. Okay. Let me move everything else out of the way, including my fire. I moved my fire bits. Wish you. I put you upside down. Would it work that way? Not really. Not really. Yeah, you're not good. Okay, do I have more spool caps? I can use to raise you up and set you there. I don't want to have to change his pressure to pull more thread. So I want to just turn the embroidery thread from going like sideways to going vertical. But this is a huge spool that just doesn't behave well. So let me see if I can fiddle with it. Not really. Oh. Okay, that might work. Well, I guess we'll see as we go around the outline. I'm going to have him go super slow, though. And we'll see how well he pulls this. Oh, immediately he has issues. You good? Can you pull? Oh, it's working. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna have him go as absolutely slow as, because otherwise he might. We don't want that. So I'm gonna just let him do his own thing. Yeah, you're having issues. Let's just rotate nicely. Okay? No, don't do that. Yeah. Sir. Ah, just tension nicely, okay? You got this? You good, sir? I do this. Increase your pull. Yeah, see, I can see exactly where I changed your tension. No, you're causing issues again. Sir, I do not want to stand here and hold your thread all day long. Well, now you sound angry, but at least you're spinning properly. Look good, baby. You sound so angry. Okay. Ah, well, we'll see how this. Maybe I make one glow in the dark mushroom and that's it. We'll see how this one goes. I have to keep jumping over there just to hold his thread for him. This will not work very well. Ah, oh my gosh. Red, red bobbin, black bobbin. I'm gonna have to refill black bobbin real soon. That one is kind of low. Okay, Thomas is doing his thing, more or less. I can do my peak. First thing I'm gonna do is pin them together. Down that way, goes down this way. down this way and that way. This is better than pinning them with actual pins because then I don't stab myself with pins. I'm going to be doing the dark blue feet in black as well because it's going to be very hard to tell the difference in thread color, and that's why I have to worry about changing over. The purple is light enough that I will actually do that in a different color though. Now and I will find the purple. Okay, there we go. There's my beats pinned together. Where'd you break your thread? Are you going to keep pulling it? You good? Hey, that was uncool, Thomas. Thomas is in danger of losing best employee of the month. No, come. Yeah, Bobby thread's low already. Okay. Finish this foot for me. How low are you? This is called bobbin chicken. Do I have enough to get to the end of my stitches before I run out? No, but I was super freaking close. Well, I lose. If I had enough for probably 5, 6 more stitches. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so I have to redo a little bit of that line. A couple stitches back to lock the previous ones in place. Forward and let's how many stitches? 1, 2, 7. 7 stitches to finish it, and then a couple more to lock in. That's how short I was. 7 stitches short. Ugh, terrible. Again, an omen for today. Feet. Feet. Okay, that's one frog feet. That is one down, 8 to go. This isn't too bad now. Not happy about it, but he's doing okay. Very angry about his temper. I need to give him a good cleaning and get all the fuzzies out because the tension's a little bit off. So rather than relying on in the machine, relying on of spinning the spool around to get the thread off of it. So he has to spin the spool rather than taking the thread off. He's not happy about having to. That's too much tension for what he wants. But if he has less tension, and I don't have the time right now to take him fully apart and do anything that it would require to get the fuzzies out of his tension. So that will be in after the sort of thing. After the convention, before Mother's Day in May. One more on this. Uh, you're gonna just glitch out like that? You're not the camera that was causing issues yesterday or this morning. Bill? If the cameras do end up going down at any point today and they just decide to be big black squares, I'm probably just going to not stream with that camera if I can, and or just be working because I'm not in the mood to troubleshoot shit right now. Oh, Thomas is done. Cool. Very little in the way of issues. Thomas. Okay. So he was able to do that, and I was able to finish 3 sets of feet. So I will take him away. I'll give him. Did you not cut your bobbin thread? You did not cut your. Dude, cut that. I'm going to give him a new piece of fabric to work on. He can turn that into some little glow in the dark dudes. He did good. Okay, he's angry about the tension, but it turned out perfectly. So, suck it, Thomas. But it turned out fine. I'm gonna have the black mushrooms with little white spots on them. Those spots will glow in the dark. So that's gonna be real cool. I'm gonna have to try and take pictures of them tonight once it is dark enough that I can do so. Because I don't have any pictures of those ones for sure. Also have to take pictures of the pink one. I haven't made that one. And the sparkly one. Where are you feeling? You're getting a brother. Now you feel. Was it just the water soluble stabilizer didn't come fully out? Feel better now. Good. Crisis averted. Here. Whoops. Ooh. Oh, brushes the wrong way. Okay, flip that one. Brushes that way. Perfect. Stabilizer for it. Probably have to hold that one as well. But good. It'll be fine. Okay, Thomas, you ready for round 2? Of pulling your thread against that tension? You got this? You good, sir? Oh, okay. I'm ready to finish. Okay, start. Here's my pokey stick. Ah, got it. Okay. You're making such terrible sounds, sir. Everything else should be good, but I'm gonna hold it just in case. Yep, that's good. Okay. Thomas can go back to doing Thomas related things. gonna see if I can get stitched up. Race against Thomas. One. Right on the outside. In that outside together before inside. I can sew 4 feet faster than Thomas can stitch one top of the mushroom. Haha, I'm gonna beat him. Did you left? You dingle? Fully attached. Okay, so I can't even pull it out. Oops, well, that was way off. Okay, the last blue foot. Oh yeah. Before I change over to the purple thread, I'm going to make markings on the frogs that need them for eyeballs. And then I'm going to sew together the green and blue with black thread. Then I'll swap over to purple to do. Okay, there's my purple guys. The bases are fine as they are. The blue ones already have marking eyes. I could put the eyes on them right now. Let's see. Where's my pattern piece? There we go. So that's one frog. Oops, that is. And there's a third frog. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, there's my frogs. Yep, okay. Dot, 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 dot. And dot. Well, more or less where they're supposed to be. That last dot got a little bit off. It's fine. Or the eyeballs. Where are my frog eyes? Those are noses. They're in a bin. I've got snake eyes, bat eyes, arms, more of the bat eyes. I think those are the backings for the frog eyes. I got googly eyes for green frogs. Where have all my eyeballs gone? Those are buttons, teddy bear joints, more buttons, eyeballs, frog eyeballs. There we go. And even more buttons. Where's my pokey? Froggets, frog nuggets. Oh my god, I love that name. I just called them pocket frogs. So technically, this is not like my own thought idea. There is a game that I think still exists. I'm not sure. It's an app that when I first got an iPod Touch, way back when they were brand new, that was my Christmas present. I got an iPod Touch. And one of the first games I put on it was called Pocket Frog. And they were just these tiny little cute frogs, and you would breed them together to get different patterns and shapes. And then you would jump them around from lily pad to lily pad to catch flies and then race them. I don't remember even what the purpose of the racing was. I think it was just for like shits and giggles. It was just racing against the game itself. And you would just tap to make them race and try and catch more flies to speed them up. But they had these cutest little round frogs, and I loved them. So years and years later, I was like, I want to have a frog, and I made the little frogs based on the pocket frog, like my memory of the pocket frogs. Oh, that one's got flashing on it. See if I can just find one that's clean. Ah, okay, hole's not big enough. Where are my tiny snips? Tiny snips. Frog nuggets. I do have chicken nuggets as one of the plushies I made for this convention. I got chicken nuggets and frog nuggets. There we go. That's the right size eye. It just looks huge before I actually stitch them together. Frog eyeballs. I'm gonna have to snip these guys as well. The hole's just not quite big enough for the peg of the eye to go through. Oh, I should have brought the purple ones over as well so I can put the eyes in the purple frogs. Well, that would have been smart. Blue frog, blue frog, blue frog. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, give me a second. Okay, there's some half frogs with eyeballs. I'm gonna have to get them out of the way. Woohoo! Pokey stick. Do not get lost in there. I will never find you again. Actually, I'm going to take those away and have space. Perfect. It brushes the right way. Perfect. Stabilizer. Get Thomas resituated with that one. I'm gonna hold it. Embroidery finish. Begin again. Yeah. Hold that down for him. You good? That's not good. You're not actually stitching. You're not. No, I can see that. Gonna try that again. Now you're stitching. Thank you. Need you up for this part because you should be pretty good. I think I've done this. It's perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now we're gonna speak back down to where you're supposed to be. I need my purple frogs so they can get their eyeballs as well. Purple eyeballs. Oh, actually, I should have sewn the backs together before I put the eyeballs in. Oops. It is a little bit easier if I do the backs first. Oh, I got so excited by eyeballs, I forgot to sew them together. Okay, so purples, you're going to get their backs sewn together. Then I'll put their eyeballs in. These guys are just going to, their eyeballs are going to clink against each other, so I'm going to have to kind of pin them at least once, and then I can hold everything else together. Okay. Actually, I'll pin them right now because that also makes sure that their backs stay where they're supposed to. There we go. Those three. These ones I'm going to pin a couple more places just because I want the stripes to line up. So I'm going to kind of just pin them down in place. They won't be absolutely perfect just because there's different fuzums on both sides, but it'll be better than not being pinned. Ah, terrible. Little froggies. Oh, the cat is off. Combat cat. a Meowsh room. Okay, there's those guys there. I will actually pin these guys in place just so I sew their backs to their backs and not their back to their belly. These guys I'm not really careful about pinning. I just want to make sure I've got the right side together. Yes, that one, that one. The purple ones I'll take the pin out before I actually stitch. I just want to make sure I know which sides I'm connecting. Okay. And now I can go back and sew these guys together. I'm going to leave the purple guys right here, actually. Purple guys, they all are going to get purple thread because this is a little bit lighter color than the black and green ones and the blue ones. So I want to make sure that they actually have the purple thread in them. I need my 1/4 inch foot for these guys. And the eyeballs. Eyeballs are gonna fight me. Really probably should have put them after. Oops. Forgot about that. See if I'm able. I might have to trim them down. Okay, I might need some tools to cut those down and sew through that. They really don't like being there. Okay, tools. Tools time. Where I moved them around. Now I can't find it. Uh, actually, back over here. We'll see if that helps at all. Okay, let's go see if that works. If now I can actually sew things, or if I'm gonna have to sew that part by hand. So much cuteness on that desk. Yes. Oh, my little guys. Bob and Low. Okay, well, give me a second because I'm experimenting with does this eyeball work now? So you can wait. Maybe not. Those eyeballs are still really clinking against each other. Oh, okay. Backwards. Trim. I go past the eye and get any part? Not really. Okay, I'll just hand sew that part. Rather than taking the eye out, I'll just hand sew the rest. That's fine. Bobbin Low. Okay. Yep. Trim your threads. You had plenty there. Bobbin thread. Fill that on Bernard because better at bobbins. Mm. Okay, there's your bobbin, Thomas. No, don't wiggle. Go back to where you were. You good? Okay, back to work, Thomas. Probably should have had stabilizer under the edge there, but not. Well, it doesn't line up perfectly, but it's going to be good enough. When I am pre-making things to sell in person, I'm a little less perfecting about making sure everything lines up exactly right. Because my thought process is you're seeing exactly what it is before you buy it. And if you decide that you don't like it, it's not good enough, it's not like you've already given me money for it. You can just choose not to give me money for it. So if it's something you paid for in advance, I will line up everything perfectly and take it apart and make sure everything lines up where it's supposed to. If it's something that you are deciding whether or not you will buy, I'm going to just quick and cheaper so that then if you do decide to buy it, you're not paying as much. Okay, I can't finish these guys until I do some hand sewing on them. I've added a little extra work for myself there. Oh, whoops. They're just going to go back and sit on the desk, and I'm going to bring out the play dudes. Those guys I should be able to at least sew together. I don't want. Oh, I can hear the bobbin thread. Wow, how did you tangle that? Dang, that's impressive. Don't want the black thread for this. I do want the purple. Here's my purple. Okay, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to put it in like this, do the center seam, and then put the eyeballs in. It has been a while since I've made frog. Which after this convention, I will probably need to make more frogs anyways because my makerspace shelf is a little bit low on stuffed animals, and I want to have that filled so that I can browse through buy whenever I want to. I'll need to make some frogs for that shelf. Unless I guess nobody buys any frogs at this convention, in which case I will take all of these frogs and put them on the shelves there. Now I won't have to make any more frogs. Okay, there's those ones there. And down that way and down that way. Down that way and down this way. Down that way and down this way. I'm gonna put the eyeballs in the frog so that I can put the bellies on, so at least they will be like round. I don't need any more tools for them. Got some odd looking froggies here. Snip these open enough? Maybe? Oh, maybe not. Ooh, through an eyeball. There's one little purple frog. So as far as I've been able to find, there is no purple poison dart frog. But I went to a Pride Fest at my local town last year, and someone there was like absolutely apeshit over the fact that I had little frogs, and they were like, "Do you have a purple one?" And I was like, "I do not." So they were very disappointed, and they ended up buying one of the Amazonian ones, one of these guys instead. But I decided because there's at least one person out there in the world who really wants a purple frog, I would make some purple frogs. All the other frogs I make are actually based on real uh, poison dart frogs. I just don't remember all their names. But there is a blue one with little spots on them. There's a green and black one like this. A little bit more complex designs than what I do because I'm going for cute and cuddly rather than realistic, got to scare off predators. The Amazonian was the first one I made, and that's like the only one that I actually remember the name of. But I've got a couple of other designs, and they're all based on real tree frogs, except for now this purple one. So fucking cute. They are. They're so fucking cute. Okay, these guys have their eyeballs now. These guys I'm going to finish up probably off stream just because I put their eyeballs in before I sewed up the middle seam. Um, so that I've now added more hand sewing to for myself. So I will hand sew them up and then put their bellies on. These guys can at least be put on their bellies right away. They are fine. And because I've introduced more hand sewing now to my work, I might not do anything more with the glow in the dark meow shrooms quite yet. I will do this work and then probably focus on all of the hand sewing bits, connecting everybody together that I need to do, like putting the feet on froggies. Once everybody has their bit to the point that like I can actually sell them, then I will come back and whatever time I have left, I will use that to finish up the glow in the dark dudes. So they will probably be a Saturday night as I'm getting ready for bed sort of project, last minute before the convention after everybody else has been hand sewn. So I've got the 3 bellies. I'm going to put them on. And then I still have to sew around all 12 feet. But I think that's where I'm going to leave the stream for today. The hand sewing I'm doing off stream just because I like sitting like a gremlin on the couch while I'm doing that. And that's not streamable. Thomas is done. Okay, so I have the 3 mushroom caps. I'm gonna have to make moose shrooms now. Moose shrooms. That's definitely gonna be a project for the next couple of weeks. Ah, I do have a lamb commission I'm probably going to get coming week, so I'll have to make a cult of the lamb. I will check in with the person on Reddit who wants Fleefer if they like. They will get a Fleefer. If not, I might just make a Fleefer anyways because now 2 people have like commented about Fleefer, and that's interesting. So I might make a Fleefer just for the heck of it, and then have a Fleefer forever. I don't know. Put it up on Etsy for the 3rd person in the world who wants a Fleefer. Okay, there we go. The 3 little froggies, they are pinned. Thomas is done. He's not doing work. I'm doing the work now. Give me your hoop. You didn't cut your bobbin thread again, sir. Are you filled with fuzz? Oh. There we go. So I've got my black one, I've got my red, pink, blue with sparkly. I do like the way that mushroom turned out. I think that's going to be a fun mushroom as well. 3 or 6 half frogs. Riveting. Oh my gosh, you and the frog puns. Oh my goodness. Terrible. Every single one. Terrible. Riveting. Riveting content. Okay, there we go. Oop, that's too big of a stitch. I need a very short stitch. I should make the price sign for these frogs just be something like so totally awesome. Totally awesome frogs. Then people can complain that frogs are not. I shall be like, no, but it's my sign. I get to do what I want. Hop to it. Terrible. All of them terrible. I will definitely have to try and find some way to inflict these puns on people who buy the frogs. My pokey stick. Oh no, pokey stick! Pokey stick, come back. I need you. That is 2, 3, 3, 3. Okay, that line I missed. I have to come back and not even close to my drawing. I didn't want to just stop halfway through and then like change it because then I would have a shape on the foot. There you go. Little Pete. Totally cute. Ah, someone needs to take these puns away from you. Totally cute. My mic died. I guess why I'm at about 4.5 hours. That's when they die. I should just set an alarm for myself. Okay, so that's a decent stream. I didn't think it was quite that long. I was thinking it was like 3 hours. But anyways, this is where I'm going to end today. I will be back on Wednesday next week if I can get everything cleaned up before then. I have just got piles of fabric everywhere from buying it from Joann's before they closed and from not cleaning up as I went. Uh, Next week's projects are probably going to be whatever I sell, I then need to replace so I can take it into my little in person shelf. And I have some dragons to make for a friend. I'm going to make a couple of dragons for her. So I have to make a prototype to make sure it works for her. I'm going to be doing that next week, as well as a lamb, and hopefully, possibly working on my big fursona that I've been putting off and delaying. So I just need to get its hair done so I can work on the actual thing and just finish up. Once I get that hair like patterned out, then I think I can make the entire fursona in like 3 days. It's not fursona, it's a character, but it's the shape of a fursona. So I'm gonna go with that. So I've got a bunch of stuff to do for next week. Yes, I'm probably gonna have more froggies to make as well. Unless I don't sell a single frog, I will have more frogs to make next week as well. So that'll probably just be a like 1 or 2 frogs a day sort of project while I work on the big things. So look at the guy. He says goodbye. He can't wave because he doesn't have hands, but he says goodbye. Let's see. Who am I going to raid to today? I have no idea who's on. I haven't been lurking in anybody's streams. Is there anybody interesting? uh, I'm gonna go to Cheeky Crafts because I haven't actually been able to like watch any of their streams. I like have been technically following for like a year and have watched like 2 streams. So that'll at least be something fun to do. While I'm hand sewing, I can just kind of follow them. If anybody else wants to see them, we can both figure out what they're doing together. I have no idea. Maybe keychains? I don't know. We'll see. Well, thank you for being here. If you are watching the VOD, you should give me a follow. I stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when I'm feeling like it. Sometimes Tuesdays, probably not Mondays. I will be back on Wednesday next week to make more plushies and more messes. Uh, yeah. Thank you all for being here, and I will see you whenever I next see you, I guess. Bye.